All right, we are getting started here. Couple more updates I gotta do. Discord out of here. Ooh, things have been signing me out. Oh, that was me testing the function. Dang. That's fine. It's a good thing I'm learning this now. Whew. Forward. Okay. That ready. Just realized how much I actually like the taskbar on all three screens. I need to take that back. There we go. All right. Let's see. So we are back to doing the looking at people's content, doing the New Year's resolution challenge still. I think I worked on it once last week. Yeah, I did it once last week, and I'm fixing to finish it today. A week from 7 days later. Or like this powder in my water and just smoke everywhere. Like a green powder. All right. Anyways, just finishing up posts to share on social. So if I share the photo first, testing some theories out too. There we go. First, I've seen another editor do that recently. I don't know what caused that issue. All right, so we got that one done. We need one more. Can you just add photos? I'm actually not sure. Let's find out. Ow. That shouldn't take that long. There we go. Hmm. Hmm. Take it. So, spun. Oh. So if I make it into a sticker, add it easier. Okay, so I got that one ready. I gotta do it on one more place. All right. How long does this process take? My goodness, it takes like 10 minutes. I need to get better at that. Okay. New update. Fine. What was I? Oh yeah, there we go. All right, so we have our page here. We are on number 4. Box E. That's what we chose when we last left off. Okay. So I was talking about images, but let's actually go into the content. And then at link, That last one, we good. Awesome. Here. Where do I go to leave page? Leave page. Alright, so Lootbox Eve was a free-for-all thieving and seeking from thieves event. Mid-today. Earth time, mid-today occurs at 3 a.m. So that's good. I really like that. I'm gonna immediately put that in there because I didn't know you could use a function like that. Mainly because I haven't looked through all the functions. But that's definitely a fresh thing that I saw that I haven't seen in all the different fresh when you used the term mid-today. We added a snippet of what it meant. Pop out, I don't know what they're called. About pop up that explained the term in greater detail. I immediately get to answer the question. Able to answer. Your question. And my question of and continue enjoying the article. That was cool. So, every participant may only have one present at the end of the eve. A rule that is strictly monitored by not the galactic security, but rather every other participant. Those discoveries were more than one gift discovered during or in the aftermath of the event will catch the opposite of holiday cheer. It could take place the final night of the Festival of Winter Moons. Occurs both within the net of the physical festival market simultaneously. Events are open to everyone and in the species from anyone who arrives to participate. Though taking part in both cyberspace and metaspace spaces in a single year is quite a challenge, if one plans to keep any loot in either reality. When the clock strikes full night, presents are distributed freely among the attendees, who then race about the designated event area to either get a gift onto the acquired or trade their current gift with someone else. May or may not be willing to part so easily with their own box. Most are adults, below the higher bonds of society, lower upper class, and below, but some mid-upper class folk have been known to mingle in the streets, if only to watch the spectacle. Higher social spheres, all the way up to the elites, typically show no interest in participation beyond the backstage contributions. So long as costs for damage and medical bills aren't sent their way, their property is unaffiliated. It was right the first time. And the ticket purchasing tourists remain in high number. Right down in the center of the longest street in the festival market, vendors empty their stalls and all goods or trinkets remain after the previous shopping day. Place their normal products with piles of wrapped items, all but spilling gift boxes onto the street from their stall tables. Then they just walk away, free of grabbing hands, bristling fur, failing legs, and unusually heavy amounts of body slams. There are never enough gifts to go around, and scarcity tends to lead to bloody noses. Humans, often the weakest of the species evolved, unless cybernetic chips, have to be sneaky to keep their part. Possibility of a mystery gift, rare or valuable, is quite high, which draws a number of those tourists to the event on its own. But that isn't what makes the biggest holiday folks look forward to in the corner of fluidity. No locals to the Central West Zone show up for a variety of reasons. Wait, no. The comma there. Locals to the Central West Zone show up for a variety of reasons to loot, beyond loot itself. So vendors, giving season, massive income burst, typically middle and low class sellers, begin the new year out of debt and without worrying if they'll have a roof over their heads. In year 522, some vendors claim that they thought they did have orders. Though they did have orders and the items were picked up per usual to be wrapped, neither payment nor present returned for the event at all. Where those gifts ended up, but there were people who went to a great deal of trouble to ensure vendors were reimbursed. So a little snippet about the adventure and how to play. So using that snippet function again, that's cool. Their goods and end of the festival. Also, I wonder what this little orange area is called. Then adding more photos, which is awesome. We got some entertainers, and special dispensation to perform or create for the event. Higher tips and commission during the week. Let's see, we have underground elements. Find it convenient to use the mayhem of the night to disguise exchanges of less reputable goods. Downgraded citizens are there for the gifts. Will fight like beasts not only to keep them, but to take more than they should. It is not unusual to see participants in terms of people who have cobble together a makeshift base, allowing them to begin and grow a collection of heavily defended loot. I like how it says makeshift base. It kind of reminds me of Fortnite right now. When there are no rules and the object is to steal presents from others, one can almost bet on the injury. Box event is certainly less creative in the real world compared to the virtual one. Its prevalence means even those in the medical profession making quite a bit of money for services rendered. Makes sense. Still join in, younger generation. Inside the net, the single mesh layer is built out, which is best described as a sports arena, much like a stadium. In charge of securing the gift donations, do a final check of digital goods wrapper to mask the contents. The arena is open, a silent open space which will be filled with virtual net avatars in the final 3 hours before the event. Once the clock strikes full night, the mayhem begins, continuing for 3 galactic standard hours, an hour longer than its real-world equivalent, similar to Meat Space. Boxes are taken, stolen, defended, and lost, taken again here. But the cyberspace variant of the evening has an extra element. Virtual sky tumbling in the net with bonuses for every player. Candy with a variety of pranks, emotes, nations, and event-oriented buffs. Okay, that's cool. Players will find themselves flying, blowing each other up with explosive snowballs and being flung to complete other side of the map, accidentally acquired. I haven't seen a lot of people use like a footer image. I have some things to talk about on the verbiage. And then I think this is it. So we got a comment. All right, so first things first, let's talk about that footer image. As the header, I like how my saltwater eel is like the 4 images at the top, too much. The 3 images at the bottom, just enough. Out the content, and I forgot to read the sideline. The footer image after getting reading out the event. I guess you know what I'm talking about, so there we go. I missed this little section. What was this all about? Opportunity done wrong and done right. We have a green little chunk here. Some images. So an image to bring you in, just to let you out, a little sidebar. Personally, I just like the color schemes. I am particularly, I like purple myself. That's something I'm working towards, is making everything purple, so. Is bias the right word? A little biased toward purple, but that's fine. Cool. So, what else did I have to say? So, one thing about me and my reading style is, as you can probably tell, I slowly read things, and I misread words all the time. That's a me problem. Maybe they're not run-on sentences, they're just longer sentences to me. Like when there are no rules and the object is to steal presents, who will be wholeheartedly defending them. Them being the presents, one can almost bet on injury counts. Some of these are like maybe just phrasing. One can almost bet on injury, for instance. And like, because I don't know if counts like really adds to the situation. we will be wholeheartedly defending them. Well, let's see. I think there's another instance where that happened, like entertainment and creatives for the aristocrats. And those from lower classes who are granted special dispensation, form, or create. So it starts off with a like extra. Maybe that's what kind of often this like good information. I just don't know if it's a beginning of the sentence information. Entertainers and creatives of the aristocracy receives higher tips and commission during the week of the festival. It only gets better from there. The tips of performers become mounds of quality better. Mounds of quality present. Pointed with their hall and those who still need giving season credit. After the tips for performers become mounds of quality presents. One of the folks seeing the quality of work coming out of the gift box and wanting else are due to the amount of booze and chips. How do I put that into feedback terms, though? Because I don't even know if it's a problem. It's just doesn't work with me. So I guess that's all I can do is speak upon myself. Like, let's see. This is just me, but definition, for instance. Exemption from a rule or usual requirement. So, where am I? Yeah, right here. Lower class who are granted special exception to perform. So, it's like a good thing and a thing that's harder for me, because if I want to enjoy an article, I'd have to have learned the word. I can assume what a word means, but if I haven't used it very much, words like exemption would work better than dispensation. But at the other side of that spectrum, it's nice to learn new words, but it will slow down the reading. So if the goal was to have others enjoy the reading, you can definitely use that language. But for me, something to consider. So as I read through the content, yeah, it's like a fresh and a saltwater eel. Sentence. I think I want to focus on sentence structure though, because I saw myself catching myself multiple times reading the sentence, but having to stop and really think about what I was reading. Like, a single mesh layer is built out, which is best described as a sports arena. Single mesh layer built out. Enormous enclosed space is much like a stadium, lined with risers upon risers of market stalls, instead of bleachers full. No, that's not a good example. Of securing the gift donations do their final checks for goods is fine. That one was. I had the other sentence there. Possibility Mr. Gifts being rare or valuable is quite high, which draws a number of those tourists to the event. So, but this isn't what makes it one of the biggest holiday folks look forward to. This corner Unusual heavy amounts of body slams. Good humor. There are never enough gifts to go around. Some noses. Human. I'd say it's negligible since it's only a couple times. So I won't add that fully. Yeah, I would say yeah, kind of fun doing feedback like this because like can't even put some of the feedback into words that I want to. So is it even important feedback? Would be a good question. Hmm. During the looting of ever, so the violence loot box is certainly less creative in the. Maybe I missed meat space. Virtual sky, tumbling net. This is for every player. How do I put that into words? Like overall, the structure, it all makes sense. I got all the information I needed. But I saw myself having to stop and ensure I was reading sentence structure correctly. Which to me, I've read stories on here already that I didn't need to stop once. So there's something. I think that the mint or the not the mint, the blue tongued one where everything just kind of flowed sentence structure wise. So something to do with sentence structure. I noticed myself stopping while reading to ensure I had read everything correctly. Maybe the consider is might already have a proofreader though, so that's not a good consider. That's what would I do in that case? If someone gave me that feedback, like, oh, check your sentence structure, what would I do? I'd be like, okay, possibility of the mystery gifts begins rare. I think it's just a problem with me. Mystery gifts being rare or valuable is quite high, which draws a number of those tourists to the event on its own. But that isn't what makes it one of the biggest holiday folks look forward to in the corner of loot. So yeah, I'd want to pick a specific example, which I think my main example was the one down here. So pretty much it's I need to show an example. So we'll use this one as just an example. Oh. noticed myself stopping while reading to ensure I had read everything correctly. Hold this one. Who reads? Sure. I already used the word assure. Yeah. Who reads? Something. Oh, this is not salt water. That is. There we go. And then this one, Control B. There we go. Consider only your favorite one image as the header. I remember the first thing I looked at when I opened up the article up was like, oh wow, there's lots of things going on. But it wasn't like, oh wow, I want to immediately find out what. This is really what sold it. Like, this right here was more, and then I just kind of ignored these until I learned more about what was going on. Right when you find out it's a loot box Eve event, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, let's see some of that looting. So I think that's why I wrote it that way. But just from my perspective. So I read through the content. I read it quickly as an example. This sentence. Consider just restructuring the sentence. What's the benefit of restructuring? Readers like myself will then enjoy content. It'll be more pleasant to read. Okay. Cool. Well, that was a good read. I have to, that's part of it. Back there. And then I need to start my comment, but I can write it over here first. All right. So, I really enjoyed the aesthetics. And present icon. It's like an image. I'll just say icon image, because I can't tell which one it is. It is shaped like an icon, but it is also an image. Who knows what the correct words are there? The aesthetics of loot box, Eve title, and present icon. This immediately draws attention to content and gets me excited to read more about your tradition. When you used the term mid today, probably should parenthesize that, I'm guessing. Try my best to write proper English, but I won't be perfect in any means. Like, comma before or after? Probably after. Maybe I don't need one. Pop up that explained the term in greater detail. This is great. Because. Thank you for misspelling it even worse the second time. I immediately was able to answer my own question of what the heck, what the term means, and continue enjoying the article. After being the tradition, I liked looking at all the images again, and I enjoyed the Flickr images. For some constructive feedback, images at the top of the article was slightly overwhelming for me. Reader to take in all the different images. Consider only favorite image as the header. This will help for those who also keep the focus on the words, on the content written initially. Like, yeah, they're gonna read it. At least for myself. Can't speak to anybody else, but definitely to consider. One last thing I noticed while reading through the tradition. These songs really get me going, like, this one's nice and fun. So, one last thing I noticed while reading through the tradition is I was stopping while reading a few times to ensure Oh, Shire. I had read everything correctly. In Suture. As an example, this sentence. Although I not find all the words to describe how I felt while reading. Like this, I do believe restructuring the sentences will be helpful. Read. Cool. We'll read that one more time and then we'll debate it. So, really enjoy the aesthetics of Loot Box Eve title and present icon. It draws my attention to the content and gets me excited to read more about your tradition. When you use the term mid today, you added a snippet pop out that explains the term in greater detail. This is great because I immediately am able to answer my own questions of what the term means and continue the article. After reading the tradition, I liked looking at all the images again, and I enjoyed the footer images. Once I had a full understanding of the content. Oh, never mind. The most. Which, you know, if you look at them, and you're like, oh, look at stealing it, girl having fun, different size creatures, it's not just humans, because that was written in the content, so I have a lot more context of what it is. Most likely someone else who's reading this knows about the world lore, so it's not a issue normally, but if you want to expand it to other people, and this was the first article they read, definitely that's where this is a little much to start with. Yeah. All the words I said probably won't go on here, but that's exactly how I felt. So after reading the tradition, I was looking at the images again, and I enjoyed the footer images the most. Once, for newer viewers of your world building, I guess I could say. But that's... yeah, I'll just leave that to myself. Come back to this section of YouTube if you want that detailed feedback, because it did make sense to me. Alright, so I read that one. After reading the tradition, I liked looking at all the images again. I enjoyed the footer images the most. Some constructive feedback. The 4 images at the top of the article was slightly overwhelming for me, as a reader, to take in all the different images. Your favorite image as the header. This will help keep the focus on the content written initially. And that, to me, that's exactly what it would happen. I'd be looking through all those images. It's because I love images. that a comma or was that a period? It was a period. At least for myself. One last thing I noticed while reading through the tradition is I don't need a comma there, I don't think. I was stopping while reading times to ensure that I had read everything correctly. Example, this sentence took me a few reads. Words to describe how I felt while reading the sentences like this. I do think that restructuring the sentence will be helpful. Oh yeah. All right. So we're gonna copy the feedback, and then I have to write what I learned, and then we can move to the next one. Even know. I look at other people's comments and I'm like, oh, maybe I'm overdoing it. All right, well, let's do it. Let's put that comment down. All right, so what did I learn? I learned that snippet pop-ups, they're cool. I forgot even how I did what I learned sections last time. I also learned that I do love images, but too many at the beginning can be overwhelming, which I didn't expect that actually. So it's good to see the result, because I expected, like, since I love images, that I would just put more images, but it's not necessarily the best thing. It's good to have them, but you need a moderation, I think. Use in moderation is what I'll put there. What else? So, if the pop-ups are cool. Also, will pay more attention to so snippet pop-ups are cool. I also will pay more attention to sentence structure, because I give the advice just for what I'm reading, but it is exactly how I feel. So it probably is something I need work at too. Sentence structure as reading from the perspective of a viewer. Is an important skill to master. I think that's good enough for me. Other than that, yeah, it's a little bit shorter than my normal one, but that's what I learned. So, thank you, Lootboxy Tradition. We are off to another category. Ooh, we haven't done technology. Man, language must be hard. Like, maybe I'll save that one for later. Technology sounds fun. Alright, what do we got for technology? Light-powered engines. Organic engines which turn light into power. Oh, yeah, well, shoot, sir. Almost won me over. But I want to make sure these bottom people get a Guga. I don't know if that's how you say it, but ein Variation der. Okay, I'd have to translate that one. So sorry, you don't get my love today. For centuries, the sixth was a primary tool for navigation, till the invention of radio, sole communicator, orbital station, and docks. The egg magic. Description of the Dora looked magic like one of the few widely applied successful cases of thaumaturgy. I haven't heard about thaumaturgy in a while. Artifice. So lake magic or light-powered engines sounds pretty cool too. Let's try this one. Ooh. Nice. Little image of what I would have to guess right now, a blue rock, and looks like someone's foot temporarily. Or light magic is what it was more commonly known as in Moralia. Got that snippet again. Real term for all magical effects created by the thaumaturges of the city, which were powered by the light crystals. Probably light crystal then. Let's check the article's length. Cool. Not too long. Hey, look. We got a no comment. We got lots of likes and looking at it, but people forgot to comment. Image source. Yeah, Midjourney. Yeah, it looked like a Midjourney. Do that too. So, I do like this. Like immediately looking at it, image source. I never thought of that. I don't know why I haven't thought of it before, but I do like that. Oh, I gotta set up my next article, and it doesn't transfer the. Yeah. All right, how do we spell that? Crystal, Leik, like magic, technology. I think is what's this? Oh, these were categories in technology. I'll probably only do. This is organization. This was the technology. Okay. Okay. The like magic technology is fine. We need the article's link. Ba-da-ba! This looks like the link. This will delete. I think I put one space between it. I want to have 2 spaces after the one. Oh. Oh, oh. I need to get their new. Oh, I set the new editor. I just hadn't clicked on it yet. Goes to my laziness. Insert link. There we go. Open a new tab. You click it. Alright. Perfect. Alrighty. So we need to just copy paste this. And then, is there really a space? Oh, huh. Alright, so this is heading 1, I believe. Yeah, these are always heading 1. Why aren't you working? New source. Hopefully that worked. Article 5. And then just bold it. See, it's weird that sometimes the editor doesn't let me just do it. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, I want to do heading 2? 3? Okay. Heading 3 only. Does that work for you? Will you understand what I want? Heading 3. Okay, I guess it's good. These are the ones that we, yeah. And back comment on article 3. Hold another line. And then what I learned section somehow missed. I think I just messed up. Yep. I did. So I pretty much just... I got rid of the what I learned section. Dang it. And I can't bring it back. Ugh. Okay, at least that section was a small what I learned. So, copy. You're right this time. Okay. Bold underline. We got it. And then we have to delete everything and say, I learned that snippet pop-ups are cool. I learned that too many images at the beginning of the content can be overwhelming. And that I need to ensure to feed my written content to ensure that is understandable by all readers. Decide to read it. This is a skill to master. That is practically what I said. So there's constructive feedback, and then I'm just going to take this section again, this time actually copy it. Save this. All right, cool. And this, boop, and boop. All right, we good. Article 5. Actually, I do like the extra space. I have to do it from here. I do like the extra spaces. for my eyes. Like, I wish the little lines were here that I would create on the other editor too, because then visually it would help me just go faster through it. Okay, so we have like magic. This one, we just need to get everything down to the last word. I already had something I wanted to note, which was, oh yeah, something I liked. So when the article first loads, I love the initial image at the top, and enjoyed seeing the source of the image to the right. Why? The reason this was refreshing, as freshwater eels refreshing, right? Unique idea is because it helps me as a viewer connect more personally, to the content, as I also use Midjourney. Similar purposes. I would say that is why I liked it. That sounds very correct. So, yes, now we can start reading. So the inventor, original discovered by, I was like Obi-Wan the Wise, but Oba-Neon. Yes, first working, built by this person, which was ubiquitous as, but was somewhat gated by wealth. Who could afford it? Used it for heating, light, and minor comforts. Rune path, the effect begins to make new like. Is that tools? Tools, maybe its own word. Is however very complicated and requires mastery of runes as well as the availability of an ability to process copper. So I'm gonna guess that's tools. I'll probably under complexity of the product. Nitpicking words, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be tools. Discovery, like crystals, were known long before, but only after the founding of the settlement was the true source of magic discovered, and its use tamed. So, brief history of this magic. Let's get in. Even before the founding, the strange crystals found in the cliffs around the city had been known to sages and philosophers. Though at the time the crystals were only known as a novelty item, which can, when it wet for a while before. Ooh, that was a hard sentence to read. Even before the founding, the strange crystal found in the cliffs around the city had been known to sages and philosophers. around the city. City had been known. So at the time, the crystals were only known as a novelty item, which can, when wet, glow for a while before fading. Sentence structure for sure. That would took me a while. Was only when the first permanent military camp was settled at a place later location, and the true potential of the secret and the craft was uncovered. The mage rites, battle mages of the first, discovered the source of the magical properties in the union of lightning and crystal, and soon after combined the often overlooked room magic with the new power source. First iteration of light magic was born. Utilities, like crystal's unique properties, is that they can capture the power of lightning. The power is stored inside the crystal at a surprisingly high energy density. Normally, it stays there in perpetuity, but if it is given an outlet, the power drains from the crystal. Is water. So that is what emits a light blue light until either the water has evaporated or the crystal has emitted its reserves. That gets in contact. Here, copper or silver, it transforms power into electrical energy. Metal. As it does, the metal heats up. I really like that description. That's cool. On its own, escaping energy is of little use except for illumination or heat. This is where, like a part of the equation, runes come into play. Rune scribing is a field of magic with runes, as the guiding ability of the runes is just a more complicated form of achieving similar effects with normal spells. The far bigger problem with rune scribing is, however, that it is by design very inefficient in its use of power. Often a runic spell requires 5 to 10 times the effort of a different magic school. But if, I think he just meant to one, but he could have said if twice on purpose. One had a vast ocean of disposable magical energy, say the power of a storm. Interesting, by combining the release of the stored energy via copper and the intricate carvings, writing or something of runes into artifacts, magic is sustainable and more importantly, accessible even to races which lack the magical talent of humans. So common uses, like most commonly assist wealthiest part of day-to-day things. It's the weight of items, it can repel things moving towards it, and it can achieve illusionary feats such as hiding unsightly features of one's appearance. Some cool things. For combat, and in theory, replicate. It's limited to 2 ways. First, human mage knowledge is not commonly available. Sale of dangerous magic is heavily restricted. Other ability to combat in which only one saw widespread use. The majority of weaponization attempts struggle with making the tool that was usable, but at the same time not. Combat applications were the guard belts used by the Brilliant Wings City Guard. Belts were used to decrease the density, therefore the dwarven guards, so they could be quickly carried where help needed to be. Misuse. So jealously guarded secrets became leaky and criminal elements. And eventually every mob boss with a lot of coin to spare had at least one quick dagger or leak shield in their possession. The issue with seemingly perfect form of magic tech is the high barrier of entry in terms of knowledge. Page. Handle it. It's cool. Already found combinations. And that is just for known effects. Really daring and genius will try to discover new forms of runic magic, pushing the boundaries of what with more accessible tools becoming reality. Cool. So I like it. So Parent, I do like this article that says Parent Technologies. So let's talk about those. Brushy Parent. Linked content to Parent Technology. Fewer, more chances to become fully invested in your technology. Saltwater, that first. First sentence under brief history. Consider adding a period after philosophers. Moderately difficult to read. Adding a period after philosophers to shorten the sentence, or being at ways to restructure the sentence. I'd say it's moderately, because I read it like 3 times. Your brief history. It was a whole sentence because there was a couple commas. It was moderately difficult to read. Consider adding a period after philosophers to shorten the sentence, or looking at ways to restructure the sentence. Doing this will help make So my other thing is under the section called complexity. Double check like tools. I was unsure as a reader if like who's it's called, right? was the term you were heading for, or if it was meant, or if, like, tools. Another thing I liked is I enjoyed that you bolded sections of the content. Enjoyed that you bolded sections of the content as a viewer, I assumed that these may turn into additional links later on, which gets me excited to come back and look for more content. As you progress. That's how it felt. Don't know if that's the reason why they did it, but overall, I see one there. Rune scribing, I see there. Hoppercraft. I didn't see the Dornillian wings, I don't think. So, if that was the case or not, that's fine. But that's how I felt. Bam. Alright, so now I need to get rid of this. The initial that I've seen. Reason this was a unique idea. Also, personally, bam. I think I don't need to rewrite that in any words. Connect more personally to the content. So use some references. Bam. Next. Ooh, that's not the section I'm going for. Right here. I enjoyed seeing linked content to parent technology. Gives the viewer more chances to become fully invested in your technology. That's good. I also enjoyed that you bolded sections of the content. As a viewer, I assume that these may turn into additional links later on, which gets me excited to come back and look for more content to read as you progress. Now, for constructive feedback. What do we got for constructive feedback? That back a little bit because I keep the first sentence under brief history, the sentence was moderately difficult to read. Instead of adding a period after philosophers to shorten the sentence, structure the sentence. Let's look at the first sentence under brief history. The sentence was moderately difficult to read for me. Consider adding a period after philosophers to shorten the sentence, or looking at ways to restructure the sentence. The benefit gained the benefit gained to me would be a there is a benefit, but I don't know how to explain it, so I guess I'll have to consider to restructure the sentence. Last feedback would be I guess I could just under the section called complexity, I was unsure if the reader, as a reader, if like tools was the term you were heading for, comma, or if like tools was what you wanted. If the latter, I think that's how you do it. Double check the work for consistencies. What you want others to read. I know I end all mine the same way, but I always am thankful to read and learn from others' content. So that's why that stays the same. I always hope the feedback is helpful. I'm always grateful for the great read, and I want them to continue their great work. Okay, so we have this feedback. Let's go in and submit it. Ooh. Good thing I looked at that. Period. I was unsure as a reader if lectus was the term you were heading for, or if lectus was more what you wanted. If the latter, just double check your work consistencies to what you want to read. Perfect. I think that is exactly how I feel. Alright, we got that one done. Now, what did I learn? Well, I learned that bolding sections is a cool way to excite myself as a reader to be prepared for incoming content. What else did I learn? I learned adding a section called parent technologies in this case is an exciting way to gain additional buy-in, for lack of a better term right now. Into the content. Adding a section called Parent Technologies. I also learned that sharing your image source as your mid-journey creations helps others see that it is a helpful tool for creation process. Something like that. All right, Article 5 done. Look at that, we're halfway through the New Year's. Well, we have to write the New Year's resolution. That one is definitely gonna be like that. Let's first add all the bullet points from everything. First add a bullet point summary of all the things I've learned so far. There we go. We got the end goal in sight. The whole reason why we're doing it. Actually, no. That is only a portion. It's fun commenting and other parts of it too. So, let's see. What should we go for next? A profession. That sounds fun. Sounds a little bit more detailed. All right, so, ooh, a lot of people did these. That's cool. I might do one of these just to see which one. I'll probably save it for next because Uinton is that's a thing, isn't it? Maybe they put a spin on it. I don't even know. 10. And somewhere down here, I don't even see where it's written at. Okay, so we'll maybe do that one. We're going to start with, I already did an organization, and I see there's so many categories that I'll probably do that. I already liked this one. I set my comment. Cool. Get rid of that. All right. So we need a. Oh no. Yeah. There we go. Profession. Let's pick a profession to read. All right. He witch. Maybe. I mean, the name must have gotten a lot of people's attention. I want to go for one that has less attention this time, though. But I still want a little snippet. Insulted. The Beast Masters of the Great Plateau. Hire lives to protect the kingdom of the Great Plateau wild beasts. You know what? Just sold me on Beastmasters. Cool. Let's do it. Done this 5 times. We know the drill. I think next time I do this, I'm going to set these articles up first before I start the stream. Because it's probably not a necessary part to start every time. But we're already in the thick of it. So, it's going to have to... There's always an article. So... Article 6 is going to be... Insulted profession? Profession. Cool. Then the article link, hit the link button, grab that link, slap it on in there, open it in a new tab, perfect. And then this gets a couple spaces, because I am unique like that. Heading 1, not underlined but bolded. Then we just need to grab all of this and fix the whatever this is called. Heading 3, bold. So I highlight it, bold it, heading 3 it. Hope it gets the bold. Highlight again. You can't do both apparently. One or the other. Gotta choose. Okay. Such a weird little nuances. Okay. So good. We're good. Just need to like that. Bam. Ooh, that first one was long. All right, then back down to 1 word, 1 letter. And I really enjoyed. All right. Did I even look at this one yet? No, just started. Consulted. Again, I love this. I don't know why. Well, I personally love it, but I love when initially, like when I see pronunciations of a word. It takes away the guesswork, which keeps me focused on the content. Honestly. That's why I like it. The Beastmasters of the Outer Plane of the Great Plateau. These men and women are chosen for their abilities granted to them by the god of beasts, Insul himself. It's all consideration from what I learned of the other person's thing. Bolded this word. It's consideration now. I think it's cool. When you first talk about Kinsul, the god of beasts, consider holding his name more to the story or to the story, and potentially more content will come, unless it was like written for the sole purpose of not doing that. It's fine. Be fine. Do it. So, Console, the god of beasts. Folded and with a link to Console. Barring that it is not hidden information from information to the adventure. I think that makes sense to me. Okay, cool. We got lots of things right at the beginning. The most common of these abilities is the beast speech, which allows him to speak to creatures. This gift is often first seen when the children speak with birds or pets. It's taken incredibly seriously. A consulted is held in high honor throughout the kingdom. Cool. A nice little introduction. Once a child has been identified as one of the kinstalled, they are brought to the found. They are brought to the found in the nearest patch of woods in their settlement. Maybe I've never used the word found in this way. Gotta go back to my definitions. See if I just don't know that found can be used in multiple. Of a ship equipped supplied. Once a child has been identified as one of the kin, they are brought to the found in the nearest patch of woods to their settlement. Well, for me, that's... I don't know how that word is being used there, so... I just never used the word that way, or it was a misspelling. Here they will receive the first test as in front of the god himself. Okay, so now that I know that the god himself is literally in front of, then even more so to make this a link. A month will be released into a pen of stop the month from harming a single house. So, from what I learned of the other ones, a good strategy here is when first talking about month and Taus. Is that how you spelled it? Tauis. Yeah. Comma. Consider adding a snippet pop-up to give a brief description of what they look like. Help the reader more fully visualize what you would like them to look. Unless you don't care, but that is why it's constructive feedback. Cool. Others have been known to out themselves between a charging month with their hands outstretched instead of a collision. The most normal cloak could not survive. Stop. The head nuzzled into their hands. After each successful test, thrown a feast before they are sent away to join their brethren. This is where their training officially begins, and they are no longer seen as citizens of any kingdom, but instead the guardians of the wild and men. Cool storyline. So the life is small clusters across the Great Plateau. Each kingdom has their own subsect, watches over the kingdom, wild territories, and keeps the peace between man and beast. Nomadic tend to move with each full moon, living in encampments made of natural shelters like large overhangs of hollowed out trees. They're also known for sleeping bowls made from the skins of, lined with the furs of WorldAnvil. So, same thing applies for this person. I won't repeat the feedback multiple times. Training for the Kinslid lasts nearly 5 years and consists of the apprentice shadowing masters of each region. This also allows apprentices to learn the many types of beasts that occupy the plateau. Common weapons and tools include bone knives, bows, bone axes, mallets, and slings. Own tools over the course of their 5 years, after the apprentice has worked in each of the 12 kingdoms and plateaus, as well as the wild range. Their training is complete. Many people occupy the Great Plateau. They're not paid formally for their services, but oftentimes are honored with gifts of food and supplies when they assist a town or settlement. And so be our witness. We will protect the trees and the beasts from those who wish to harm people, their loved ones, the beasts, from the beasts that stray too far beyond limit. And so has given them. Laws of man and the wild will be kept in balance. No side will gain the upper hand. So the river's dry and the sun's set for the last time. So I love the quote. I think it would do better, like, so quote at the bottom of the article. It adds a lot of lore to this thing called to the profession, and is fun to read. And to consider placing the quote above above the section called Swearing In of the Consulted. Swearing In of the Consulted. Gotta explain why. I believe this quote reading this quote earlier on will really inspire readers to want more. Want and read more of the content provided. Also, there are functions I've seen on other individuals' articles that allow you to place information in what is that called? Like in little, for lack of a better term, speech bubbles that makes the content stand out. I think these speech, for lack of a better term, bubble would look great for your quote or for your motto. Quote slash, I think it's the motto. It is a quote, quoted, but it's their motto. It's their motto. All right. Well, it's a shorter article, so I didn't get as much information as I want. Overall, I'm never good at the overall feedback, but yeah, I have a initial lust for more. Intriguing content. Cool. All right, time to give the feedback. Pretty nice and short. I'm getting better at it, it looks like. Cool. So, I think that's everything. Let's finish this up. So, when I see pronunciations, of this at the very start of the article. Maybe I should stop saying content. The quote slash motto. The bottom of the article. Very interesting. Very compelling, is that the right word? Was a compelling read. That adds a lot of lore and flavor to the profession. It's fun to read. It's fun to read. Interesting. Fun, interesting. Yeah, it was fun to read. We're rolled off the tongue. Really drives investment of the reader. Want to read more of the article. Overall, I have an initial lust for more information. Great sign that you have created intriguing constructive feedback. Dun, 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 dun. When you first talked about Kinsol, the god of beasts, consider bolding, using the bold function on his name. I don't know if it's his, so I'll put there just in case. As a viewer, this helps me see that there is more to the story and potentially more content will come once you replace the bolded name with a link to known information about Kinsol, barring that this is not hidden information to the adventure. Period. When you first talked about Monk and Taos, consider adding a snippet pop out to give a brief description when you hover over their names. Of what they look like. This will help the reader more fully visualize what you would like them to look like. And add flavor text to your... I think that sounds right. And then this piece of advice. Consider placing the quote above the section called Swearing In of the Consulted. I believe reading this quote earlier on will really inspire readers to want to read more of the content or of the article. And I don't need content provided, more of the article. I'm trying to. Also, there are functions I've seen on other individuals' articles that allow you to place information in little speech bubbles. Speech squares? Speech squares. That's how I see it. That makes the content stand out. I think these speech squares would look great for your quote/motto. Period. Perfect. Probably. I'm getting better at reading less of my feedback. All right. Back to the profession. Let's give that a like. Let's add my comment. Make sure it kind of followed the... Hey, yeah. Let's leave that comment. Bam. All right. So... we're done with the Kinstillid profession. I have to write what I learned, though. I learned that I still love pronunciations. And a little more about why they are important to me. Can't speak of anyone else. At the very start, the quote motto. Oh man. I also learned that a compelling motto can really drive in someone to read an entire article. It can. That someone is me. Because if I didn't, I will say, the harsher feedback, which I'm not here for. But yeah, if I didn't read like, if I read the first part and I wasn't interested and I missed that quote, that's why I think up higher is better, because if I had missed that quote, I would have missed that it was such a good writing, because I would have been less interested at the time. So it's a really cool thing. I learned mottos are cool. Use them very wisely. Yeah, that's the main things I learned on this one. Okay. Next. This is profession. We did profession, so let's go back to the list. Have we done a building yet? I think so. I don't want to do a building. Let's do a building next. Oh, let's get that article set up. Article 7. We don't know what it's called yet. All right, so we are over halfway. We are on 7. Look at that. We only got 4 more left. Pretty cool. All right, let's look. Reef Tower sounds pretty interesting. No snippet. I might do one without a snippet, but we'll see. Garden of the Moon. Oaken Tower, a castle with has long history of being a place of peace and protection. The Oaken Tower. The Courtyard of Thunder. The Temple. Hey, that's one of my gods in my world too. I know which god you're talking about, but I've done some creative work on that god. So I better not get something that I'm currently working on. I like reading articles when I'm working on something similarly related. Not always, sometimes. Eating Halls of El Torre. That's kind of cool. Fortune and palm reading. I think I like this Oaken Tower. My Jester percentage. Ooh. It's got some specialty. Yeah, we're gonna do the Oaken Tower. I have been doing this for 2 hours straight, so I'm gonna be right back, getting some water. What happens to my pinned messages? I haven't really done that. Oh, hey. Sent at 12:31. That's a good little function there. You're back. Unpin after 20 minutes. Yeah. Hey there, always. I'm just call you Air. But hey, the Air. Good. I'm glad I said it out loud. But hey there, Air. Funny, I go get some water. Somebody immediately says hello. All right, so we are on the Oaken Tower. So, article number 7, Oaken Tower building. Well, welcome to the chat room. Let's see, this is heading 1. Source. I have to go back to the source. Let's just do it manually, apparently. Heading 1. And a bold. Oh wait, bold has to be in front. Alright, that should work. I'm still weirded out that I have to do that manually sometimes. Who did the Kinstall profession? I can use this reply function. So if you saw it the first time, if not, I'm gonna reply to you anyways. Still getting used to the functions on here. Okay, so article 6, we need to bold them, but they don't need to be underlined. Then I'm gonna take this, copy it. Bam. Nope. Nope. Right. Gotta use the actual button. Actually, I don't even know if I have to use this button. I've just been using it. Especially since it lets me open the link in a new article tab. Alright. So, for the rest of it, we just need to copy paste and then we're ready to start reading this new article. Bam. I just realized these ones personally need underlined. Not the whole article, please. Just a little bits here. Question: can this get any? Whoa! No! Abort mission. That is not what I was expecting when I tried that out. Okay, here we go. At least I know how to fix that. All right, I'm not gonna try to make this any closer. That was what I was gonna do, but I've learned that trying to make something closer just makes it worse. Okay, so this was Article 6 for sure. This is Article 7. I just forgot to actually write it down. The Oaken Tower building. Oh, all right. Then heading 3. Line. Just gotta do this a few times. Can't bold it first. I've learned through error. Underline. And the last one. 3, bold underline. Bam. I learned that. My constructive feedback goes there. And then these are my bullet points. change those to the single letter now. Get started again. Unpin this message because I'm back from Wata. Alright. Article 7, we're ready to go. So initially, it's called the Oaken Tower. I like the little image at the beginning. Oh man, you know what? I also like this, like... What's this called? What are these things called? Shift... Something Shift S? Yeah. This thing, whatever this is called, like a... banner, what are those? It's an, I can't remember, like decorative. If I can spell words right, decorative layer, decorative pillows. Decorative border. On document. These things. Is it just called a decorative border? Did I get it right the first time? Page border. Okay. That's what it reminds me of, is a page border. Oh, where was I? So, personally, that's pretty cool. So, I'm going to write it down. I love the decorative page border as I look at the article. So, immediately stands out. And I made the same mistake, so I'll call it out for myself as well as for someone else. I love the image, but as a saltwater thing, images as headers, I'm learning, comma, I enjoy when I can see the whole image at one time versus, because I could if I moved it over here, because I have enough screen space, but I don't think everyone has a vertical, yeah, I just don't think everyone has a vertical display to really look at it immediately, scrolling, and then I don't want to have to just zoom out like this just to see the whole image. And I have to zoom back and it distracts from it. So, I love the image. But something to consider is and I made the exact same mistake, so do not count me out for, I say it's a mistake, but I guess there's a better word for that. Where do I do this at? Yeah, we can just do view world and click on, because when I did the same thing here, I think mine's a scroll too. So I know exactly that effect. So I can't wait to fix that article with all these new things I'm learning. We'll get rid of that for now. So I'm only giving that advice because I gave that advice to myself. No, there are many stories about how that tree got into the castle, but I think someone wanted some nature where nothing but stone could be seen. But I guess that says but. So creative font. I do like creative fonts as long as they're easy reads. Place a piece, pieces end, and a new management entry for the WorldAnvil 2022. Hidden place, history of forgotten ambition. Yeah, easy enough to read. So stylized. Loads, and the custodian who talks about it right away. I also enjoy the use of a unique font. I was able to clearly read each title, which is great because I have to stop putting the A in there before the C. Which is great because then I don't like wasting my time trying to read fonts that are too difficult. To read. And also, you didn't overuse the font, which helps it stand out as a unique element of the content of the article. All right, so borders, yeah, I like them. I like this. Let's see, founding date. Personally, I get the information is important, but for a lot of initial reads, that's just flavor text, so nothing for me to really call out, I guess you could say. Type is a castle. Ruling, owning rank. Bana. By the blood that runs through my veins, I swear to keep watch over the lands. So good use of these little linked snippets, whatever these things are called. So I actually looked at it, so I got a lot of freshwater eels that I like here. Forgot to add the bullet points. Go. When hovering over your links, I enjoyed seeing the additional writing about the. I didn't actually read it, but I like being able to see it. Banner and Forest Guard, for instance. Banner and Forest Guard. As examples. These snippets of information help you see the lush, I don't know, I can never think of the best words. Environments. Created. Bam. Alright, so that's just without any reading. Let's look at some of the images. I also like the paperback. I think that's different. I need to keep looking at my terrible work to I got rid of it, but I gotta bring it up one more time. I don't think. Yeah. So this, I want to figure out how to do that. That's cool. I like the darker. I don't know if it's just contrast, but it's definitely darker than mine, and that's cool. So the dark texture behind the words of the paper. I guess it would be like paper. Gives it a paper feeling, something like that. I like the dark texture, the darker paper texture behind the words, behind the written words. There we go. This gives a feeling, I think slight, immense, but slight feeling of it being written on a piece of parchment. There we go. So lots of good things here. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, I can guess what that means. So I need to like this post, and I'm going to start reading it now. Alright, so the purpose and function. So the castle was initially built by... Oh, wait. Initially built to be the home of a noble, or it was finished. Picked up until the creation of the Forest Guard, which used the castle to defend borderlands from the dangers of the Great Forest. Several expansions were made to the castle to keep larger garrisons and more capable defenses over the centuries, along with several towers and murder holes. The architecture, the older parts of the castle is much different from the newer additions due to the difference in building materials and design. The original design being an older Arden design that was outdated when it was being built, replaced with an earlier Ardanian. A simple life is a happy life, designed to make up for any flaws that might come brighter stones inside of the dark ones. So the defenses, walls, murder holes, yeah. Those are classic tower features. The history. Long before Oaken Tower was named, it was the project of an ambitious young lord attempting to expand their power. Faded from memory. The story goes he attempted to restore. That's good. Story building. He ran out of money and attempted to marry a wealthy noblewoman to finish the project. When she refused to marry him, he kidnapped her to demand a ransom from her family. Yeah, lots of stuff there. We have the Old Oak is the Elden Green Oak is the castle's courtyard. So I am very glad that is there. Hidden place. Origins of the castle. Some secrets have managed to be discovered long after it was finally completed. Already discovered hidden passages, which is a good adventure. So hidden place. I need to write that down. Is a great way to create adventure books. That's my own version of the words. Kingdom of Verdarnia, so he has a lot of fleshed out areas. The Great Forest is fleshed out. Full article here. Just curious when I click into it when it has nothing. So when it has nothing, there is a lot of information, which I can see it's very well fleshed out. Was this part of the competition? No, it's already here. So that means my feedback based off of that is sometimes you can have an article with no information. So when you have an article link, when you have linked articles in your article, I saw that some of them saw one in particular did one. I saw that a snippet, one of them didn't show additional information, but when I clicked on it, it was fully developed. Well, that's a quotation marks. Might not be fully developed, but for feedback's sake, Kingdom of Ardania, or so under history, under a forgotten ambition, Kingdom of Ardania. I found this under the section called A Forgotten Ambition. The first link to Kingdom of Ardania. Of Ardania. Kingdom of Ardania. Spelled that right. Ardania. Yeah, I think I spelled that right. Okay, so I found this. So when you have a linked article in your article, I saw that a snippet of one of them didn't show additional information, but when I clicked on it, it was fully developed. It was a fully developed article. Found this under section called A Forgotten Ambition, the first link to the Kingdom of Ardania. Consider adding a draw in statement here to continue building excitement of the world. It's an easy fix, but something to consider. Cool. Places of peace. While many members of the Forest Guard have sworn to defend their homeland from any threats from the Great Forest, the garrison of Oaken Tower has taken a different approach to this by being peacekeepers rather than enforcing it. Sin and its rangers have managed. So I could tell it's just something potentially missed because a lot of these articles have who it is, who drew the pictures is awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. Legionnaires now wander the castle halls as they look away from the forest to watch over their region of borderlands to enforce the imperial rule. The once peaceful atmosphere that the castle once held vanished from them completely, leaving an empty feeling. I just remembered I need to do one thing. Of course. You go to the dashboard real quick as we're reading through this. Oh, dashboard, please. Dashboard, there we go. I keep forgetting that these don't update correctly. Oh, they did update correctly. Good. I am surprised that they updated correctly, so that's awesome. During the War on the Raptors, Castle halls, as they look away for the forest to watch over their region of the borderlands to enforce the imperial rule. The once peaceful atmosphere that the castle once had vanished from it completely, leaving an empty feeling that anyone who once knew this place could feel. The old oak having been spared destruction, having lost its comfort from the horrors and the witness its fall, leaving only an empty shell of what was once that might never come back as long as the Empire remains under its control. Cool. So yeah, got a lot more praise this time than I'm just trying to think if I have any other feedback. I think constructive feedback, you had more to teach me by far than I had information for you. So we'll leave it with what we have. All right, so let's get that feedback going. Bum, bum, bum. So, we can probably come a little bit closer here. There we go. I really liked the decorative page border. I keep spelling borders wrong. As I opened the article, the image as it first loads is visually appealing. And hearing the custodian immediately talk about it creates some intrigue. So we got some initial intrigue there. The unique, I enjoyed the unique font. You used as I was able to read each title without effort, which is great. This saves time for me as a reader. And also not overusing the font. It stand out as a unique element of the article. See, I have to sometimes reword myself. That's why I always do these little sections here to help me my writing. Another unique element of the article. When hovering over your links, I enjoyed, I liked, I was taken aback. No, I liked. I've seen it before, but it's still good to note that it's a good quality. Where was I? Okay, when hovering over your links, I enjoyed seeing the additional writing. I liked seeing the additional writing. Manor and forest guard being some examples. These snippets of information help me lush, if I couldn't think of a better term, environments you've created. the darker paper texture behind the words, written words, gave a slight feeling of it being written on a piece of dirt. Lastly, I enjoyed the text for hidden place, as this is a great way to create more secrets, pretty much, and adventure hooks. Whether or not that was the goal, of course. Because I don't know if you're writing it for adventure hooks or just for storytelling. For me, it's a great idea for adventure hooks. So that's what I like. For constructive feedback, I don't know how much. The image header, I enjoy when I get the whole image at one time versus scrolling to see more of the image. I have similar articles that do this. It's not on me. So I enjoy when I see the whole image at one time versus scrolling to see more of the image. Only other piece of feedback I have is this whole statement, which I'll at least copy, and then when you linked a article in your article, I saw that a snippet of one of them didn't show additional information, but when I clicked on it, it was a fully developed article. I found this under the section blah 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 blah. Consider adding a draw in. Well, that's one word. A drawn statement. I'm making it up if it's not a real word. Here to continue building excitement of your world. All right, so that's what I got to send off. He got a little bit more praise than constructive feedback, but I think it was well written. There was another feedback thing. This was pleasing to read with no pleasing to read is very difficult to put into emotions. Like, the sentence structure made it pleasing. Your sentence structure made this article pleasing to read. There we go. That's what I want to say. All right. So I think that is... You already favorited it? Yeah. Bam. Let's send that comment in. And what did I learn? I actually learned a lot from this one. I learned that decorative... I'm just going to put this one as bullet points. I learned lots of bullet points. Borders done right are cool, because I bet you there is some that I won't like. Interesting and add to the since I'm a visual, I like visuals. I learned that I should try to find images that don't require scrolling. Something that I need to keep working on. Tying the image to the article right away was created intrigue, is what I said, I think. So I want to keep doing that going forward. Unique fonts can be used if done properly. Snippets, which I barely do, are very important. So I've learned it on a couple of these, but like to allow the reader to explore more of your world. Oh, they're a frick. Parker parchment paper look is what I'm into. I didn't know until I saw it here. Also, when creating sidebar content, which was the hidden place, this is a great opportunity to develop an adventure hook for readers. Because if someone was reading your content, they could use that as an adventure hook, and I think that would work out pretty good. So, bullet point rather than regular style, but I think that's good. Look at that, we got 3 more articles left. I am Oaken Tower completo. I'm surprised no one like there was a lot of people who hearted this one, but no one had given feedback yet, so. Alright. So what's next on the list? What should we do? An item. I don't know if I've done items yet. Maybe we've done one. Maybe not. So let's bring up item. I kind of want to do like a... Ooh, I don't know if we've done spell yet. Yeah, let's go with an item. Alright, which item should we... Which item looks good? Also, if anyone wants to pick something you see on the screen, be my guest, because I'm just picking ones that sound cool with little snippets. Popular comfort food across kindly eggs, fried balls of insect meat and egg, mushroom fungi, and herbs with a deep savory taste and hints of sweetness. Well, it's gotten a lot of views and a lot of hearts. The Sword of the River is a powerful magical... We haven't done food yet, so... To do the kindly eggs, because it's interesting that it's made out of insect meat. Like, the reason why this one's interesting to me is, like, why was it made out of insect meat? Like, what in the culture created that? So that's why it's got some good flair. So you know what? I almost want to click it just because that would be part of the feedback. Like the snippet, as you look at the article, is so important that it is now drawing me in as to I want to learn why it is made the way it is. So that one's high up on the list right now. How not to get eaten by various phoenixes. This is a little handbook written by an anonymous Phoenix master to help adventurers find all the phoenixes and earn their trust. Kind of cool. See it like a little handbook. Little. Philosopher's Stone, classic. I don't feel like going classic today. The Light of Mirtha. I'm bad at reading words. A long lost and powerful artifact from the Yulentai gods. A concentration of the power of this person. In the Truth Teller's timepiece. A magical pocket watch that can record those it hears and determines the truth. Pretty cool. So facing the horrors down. Wait, that's this one, right? Yeah, if you are going down the spiral, facing the horrors down there, and trying to get a hold of them or you need a radical reconstructing of walls and buildings, purpose-bound glow balls are your item of choice. Crying bulb soup, the classic comfort food said to take away your sorrows as you prepare it. Oof. I guess we'll leave that up to anybody who's watching. Bulb soup or Antley eggs. I think crying bulb soup wins it. Sounds like an interesting one. Alright, let's read this article. So spells, yes. We already did one of these. Crying bulb soup comes this way. These are... one of these, we have that next. That open for that. That, I think I just need to get rid of. I had the word counter. All right. So, crying bulb soup. Let's get ourselves ready for the Article 8. Oh, a nice quick one. Oh, dude, this comment section is fun. Sweet. So, let us see. Crying bulb soup. We need the article link. Taking longer to set some of these up than I expected. Okay, I got the link there. Now we just need to take these sections again. We'll have to do this like 3 more times. We're getting close. Alright, so fresh water. No, this first needs to be maybe like 2 more down. And heading 1. Oh, it worked! Bold only. These ones can be heading 3. Bold underline. Heading 3. Do it. Bold underline. And what I learned. I did like the style I did this time. Bullet point, so feedback and bullet points. Bullet points. Oops. Use I a lot, it looks like. Usually I have 2 or 3, so we'll just bring that down a little bit. Cool. So, as I immediately come in here, and I just take a quick look, try as you make your soup, and your sorrows will be washed away. A common saying. So I like this, what is this even called? I like that there is a stylized, like, so the quote is inside of a stylized border. So that's super cool. Like, just immediately. I really like how right as you load into the article, you're presented a quote. A common saying quote. Not only is the quote compelling, but it is accompanied by a unique order. A unique order around the quote. Very creative and enticing. Which makes me want to continue reading. Bam. First impression. So, at first I didn't get this guy, but it is a chef who is presenting a bowl of crying bulb soup. Interesting. I like it. Keep reading. Let's go in there. Written by the high-end chef Alu of the 1839 computer. The time measuring system originated and uses alt across the. So we're using that special function that I liked, and I've seen it in Godot, so great job adding snippets. Wait, so I'm seeing there is a pattern. You can add snippets and link it without it providing like the huge snippet, and I can see the uses for those. So I appreciate the snippets of information as you hover over on archipelago. I have to go back like 5 times. El Ego. And who else? I.e. Arians. As you hover over Arians. Please help me a brief detail about its main islands and one of the 2 dominant species. What's the context? Context is what it is. This helps me build context and stay invested in reading versus wondering what the words mean. Oh, perfect. humble crime bulb is usually a supporting character for most recipes that includes it. It is rarely taken the protagonist's role. One of the exceptions to this rule is the glorious crime bulb soup, a staple comfort food for many inhabitants. To the best of my knowledge. The best of my knowledge. While a lot of people unconvinced by this rare case of bulb. Oh yeah, to the best of my knowledge, because it was written by Chef Alou. Good note. So actually, this section is very important now to me. At first, I kind of marked it off, but I am going to. So, knowing that the article was written by a high-end chef within the world helps me to help me with. But knowing it's written by somebody, I think it just helps me dive deeper into the culture. Because I'm like, oh yeah, this person's here. He's actually experiencing it. It's not just happenstance or hearsay. It's his written records. So, knowing that the article was written by a high-end chef within the world helps me dive deeper into the culture. Also, it being in its own bubble is useful. There is a belief and a saying probably originated in Redcrest that's preparing the consuming crime bulb soup while one is feeling emotionally unwell will improve one's mood, not only thanks to the soup's quality at the filling the hearty meal, but because the preparation will force a person to cry, helping them release their bottled feelings. It's said that the crying will wash away the person's sorrows. The reader is free to choose how much credit they will give to this theory. But regardless of any therapeutic retentions, they will be able to turn this classic meal into a refined expression of culinary arts by carefully following some of the techniques Jeff has gathered through his lifetime. The one-shot adventure, The Stews Must Survive, help preserve the cuisine culture of the dead. Cool. Liked it. Short and sweet. Trying to think if I had to come up with some constructive feedback. How I felt. Like, the figure looks cool. I just don't see its, how it adds to the article, if that makes sense. So, that's an immediate feedback that I'm seeing. I love the artwork of the miniature. Holding the bowl of soup, but could not immediately see how it added to the written article. But I could tell that this is just a unique, like, I guess he is the high-end chef of Alou, like Kangaroo Man screenshot. Makes sense. That makes sense. I think, however, that potentially, if I had to make a guess, that this high-end Chef Alou looks like this. And so maybe placing a name underneath him that says that is who he is will tie it to the content. So that's what I meant. I love the artwork of the miniature holding the bowl of soup, but I could not immediately see how it added to the written article. A few consideration is if this kangaroo is indeed Alu, the high-end chef Alu. Alu, then adding a name plate under or above his image will help the reader immediately tie in the picture to the context, to the written words. Hopefully that makes sense. So, I love the artwork of the miniature holding the bowl of soup to be in its own category. The miniature, the artwork, I can't say love because this is constructive feedback. The artwork of the miniature holding the bowl of soup. When I looked at the artwork of the miniature holding the bowl of soup, I could not immediately see how it added to the written article. Consideration is, if this kangaroo is indeed the high-end chef Alu, then adding a nameplate under or above his name will help the reader immediately tie a picture to the written words. That's what I would say for that one. I think right here, you guys can't see where I'm pointing. Just like see if this works. Like a nameplate right here would have been pretty cool. And you guys can't see what I'm doing. Okay, I didn't know if this function worked on here. It does not work. So, but yes, I think that is exactly what's missing, is this just saying his name somewhere, if that's who he is. I'm just guessing, because it is somebody writing his own little story, and it would be cool if that's him. That's cool. I really like that. So, that is, I think I don't have much feedback other than that. Try to think, like, it's just a nice little fun, quick read. Maybe my feedback for this bottom statement was a little, the reader is free to choose how much credit they will give to this theory. Like, maybe, to me, when I first read it, the reason why it was off-putting like, instead of the last paragraph, I would rather, like, one of the exceptions to this rule is the glorious crying bulb soup, a staple comfort food for maybe inhabitants. Maybe instead of that, and a saying probably originating in request preparing the consuming crying bulb soup while one is feeling emotional. They talk about the saying, which that's good. The reader is free to choose how much credit they will give to this theory, but regardless of any of the theoretic work, I can ensure that they will be able to turn this classic meal into a refined expression of culinary arts by carefully following some of the techniques and little tricks that this high-end chef has gathered throughout his lifetime. I'm guessing this means more to come, but that's where we ended it at the time. It's tough. So I can't really put my words to it yet, but there's something about this I feel is not necessary. I would have rather, I guess it would be as I read the last paragraph, I mean, this probably is like feedback that is expected. No one gave that feedback, right? As I read the last paragraph, I didn't feel any closure to the article. This prevented me from focusing on the article's purpose. By carefully following some of the techniques. So, I can assure you that we'd be able to turn this class into an expression of culinary arts by carefully following some of the techniques and little tricks. So it's there. That's what it is. I wanted so. As I read the last paragraph, I didn't feel any. I felt the article being slightly. When the chef described techniques and little tricks he's learned through his lifetime. And little tricks they have learned in their lifetime. I was to learn more about what some of those techniques and tricks are. Period, I guess. Something like that. As I read the last paragraph, I felt the article lacking intrigue slightly. I guess ending abruptly. When the chef described the chef described techniques and little tricks that they have learned in their lifetime. I want to learn more about what some of those techniques and tricks are. I think even just adding a few of his life work will ensure the article feels I think even just adding a few of his life's work and the wisdom, it's the wisdom part, will ensure the article feels like they poured like the chef poured his soul into the article. I think it's a rough statement, but I think I'm getting there finally. So I felt the article ending abruptly. The chef described the techniques and little tricks they have learned in their lifetime. I wanted to learn more about what some of those techniques and tricks are. I think sprinkling a few of his life's work and wisdom will ensure the article feels like the chef poured his soul into the written document. Hope that makes sense. All right, that's what I got. So, feedback. Oh boy, it's time to give some feedback. So, yeah, this is verbatim, I think. I can keep this one. I really liked how right as you load into the article, you're presented. Good thing I reread myself. I probably made more mistakes like that than I can count to, so I am not immune to anything I give advice on. Make the same faults. So, I really like how right as you load into the article, you're presented with a common saying quote. Not only is the quote compelling, but it is accompanied by a unique border around the quote. Very creative and enticing, which makes me want to continue reading. I appreciate the snippets of information as you hover over these and these. This and this. These help me build context and stay invested in reading versus wondering what the words could mean. Knowing that the article was written by a high-end, is hyphenated by his words, chef within the world, helps me dive deeper into the culture. Also, it being in its own bubble is useful and visually appealing. Bam. Now, for some constructive feedback. Yeah, I actually really think I landed my constructive feedback this time. When I looked at the art, it's not artwork of the miniature holding the bowl of soup, I could not immediately see how it added value to the written article. Consideration is, if this kangaroo is indeed the high-end Shelfaloo, like how that runs, then adding a nameplate under or above his image, their image, trying to keep the language, because don't know, will help the reader immediately tie the picture to the written words. One last bit of feedback would be this whole sentence. Bam! As I read the last paragraph, I felt the article ending abruptly. When the chef described the techniques and little tricks they have learned in their lifetime, I want to learn more about what some of those techniques and tricks are. I guess. I think sprinkling a few of his life's work and wisdom will ensure the article feels like the chef poured his soul into making it for others. And as always, I hope the feedback was helpful. Bam. You did it. Probably. So let's like the article before I forget. All right. So let's leave that comment. Oh man. Feedback. As long as he enjoys reading it that way. My feedback to myself is I wouldn't do it that way because it's hard for me to read. But I do like the papery border of it. Like you're looking through your comments, like written comments. That's cool. So if you ever watch the stream, there's some extra information. What I learned. Borders slap. And I can't. I love how I can just not I just can't enter down. Like, just won't take the content with it. I have to use this button. Line break. Oh no. Calm down. Okay. Borders slap. That's what I learned. Around quotes. And they should be simple but majestic. Wait, I learned that. What else did I learn? Very creative and enticing. Dude, quotes. Enticing, I think. To me, at least. Snippets, still important. And there are 2 different types you can choose from. Even with a linked article. I've learned. Yeah. Alright. What else did I learn? Ooh. Having an article written by someone who lives in the world is an interesting concept and fun to read. Kind of like it puts you deeper into their shoes, for instance. Not like a deep, not a full deep, but deeper. What else? What else did I learn? Oh, name plates or images sometimes have their uses. Bam! 2 more articles and we're done! So excited! Alright, Crime Bulb Soup, I gave you your info. We're gonna go to spells next. Ooh yeah. What spell we gonna do? Summoning God spell. Perfect. Just summon God. Even if you don't have a snippet, we're going for you. Just pick an easy one quickly, and let's article number 9, Summoning God. Straight up. Ooh, what is the song name? Where are you? I'm now playing Thorn by Taisu. I'm gonna write this song down. Want to turn it up like full blast, but then it'll distract me from writing. Thorn by Taisu. Bam! Alright. Look at that, we're at 3 hours, 2 left. Got this. Oh yeah, we got the URL next. So I gotta push this URL button, go back to there, all copy, bam, bam. And then everything else, copy and paste, delete, fresh. B. All right, this guy gets a nice heading number 1, and only bold. This guy gets a heading 3, bold underline, heading 3, bold underline, heading 3, bold underline. Yeah, this is like you're getting like close to the end of a project, and the song is like right there with you. It's like, yeah, we're getting there. It's a daisy. Okay. What even happened to the I Learned section? Why does that look? What even happened here? Oh, I accidentally. Perfect. Okay, where's that? Yeah, get rid of this heading. You know what? I'm just gonna, maybe I should just come in here and copy and paste things. Where is the what I learned for this section? Here we go. Let's take all of this code and actually just copy and paste the code into here. Bam. And Article 10 can have some space. 7, 8, 9. There we go. So 9. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So what I learned, we'll bring it down to 1. This goes to feedback standard. These turn into bully points. Perfect. You're ready to do number 9. Summoning God. I should probably put spell. Another short article. So, related deity, entity. Maybe that's just like a blank entity person. Okay, that makes sense. The related organization, the prophets. However long the high prophet wants it to be. Limit is 3 hours. Casting effect time, 5 seconds. Gives you 5 seconds to cast it. I can't believe you're actually going to do this. This spell hasn't been done in over 100 years. Why are you using it now? What god would possibly come? They're all dead. All gone, faded, dead. No, all gone, faded, dead. So, summoning a god or summoning god is a spell only used. So I'll say this. Fun to read this statement at the beginning. Give you just enough lore to want more. Bam. Rhyme twice today. We're on a roll. So, Summoning God is a spell only used by the High Prophet once. The High Prophet once during his term as the High Prophet. if used by any other person or in any other way that then directed the High Prophet or the person who used the spell will die. Well, sucks to be you, High Prophet. You better keep that spell a secret. There are 3 things you must have in order to do the spell. The ability to speak. You must be the High Prophet. You must be in an absolutely dire situation. And as a bonus, be on good terms with the god you are going to summon. The bonus. Bonus, if the criteria isn't met, it'd be good to be on good terms. All you must do to accomplish this spell is firstly, say which god you wish to summon, secondly, say who you are, and thirdly, where you are. Effect. After the spell is said, the god being summoned will appear. How they do it is entirely up to the god. However, the spell is said wrong or done incorrectly in any way, or is done by the wrong person, the god will still show up, even if it is to kill someone. The spell is done correctly and no one dies, the High Prophet will simply tell the god why he summoned him. The god will decide whether it was worth being summoned or not. If it is worth being summoned, the god will do as the High Prophet asked. If it is not, the High Prophet dies. One of the effects that happens after the spell has been said is usually some sign that the god is coming. Most often it is shown with large thunderstorms or natural earthquakes. Sometimes it can be associated with the god. For example, if you're summoning the god a tornado, there'd be a lot of wind. Another side effect usually happens to the user is a tingling feeling in the body. This happens with power in the air, and sometimes the tingly sensation changes to an electric shock, which can harm someone. The only way to avoid this is to summon a fairly non-powerful god, such as the god of rocks, like actual rocks, or the goddess of grass. While the spell is being said, nothing actually happens. To an ordinary person, it would simply look like a man muttering to the sky. It is only after the spell is finished who the storms after effects happen. The source of the power actually comes from a god. There is a certain bit of background things that happen while the High Prophet says the spell, one of them being attachment to the god you can call out. There will be this hook that attaches to the god. By the time the High Prophet is finished, the hook gives a tug and the god feels it. This hook is actually the god's power, in a way, leaving him. This hook has a faint line that leads to the High Prophet. The High Prophet does not say where he is. The hook does not know who or where else to attach to. Discovery. This spell was never actually discovered. It was really more created by an entity and the god of magic and given to the first High Prophet. The warnings and uses were written out and given to him in the form of a contract that the prophet puts in his library. Cool. So, reading through that one. So, I would say just some basic salt advice is watch the wording of the content. And that's pretty basic right now, so I need to keep thinking of how I want to word that myself. Or in any other way than directed by the High Prophet. So because it says, if used by any other person, but you cannot do the spell unless you are the High Prophet. Because it says, if used by any other person, but a criteria. So I guess it's just saying, watch for inflicting information in your article, removing some of this can help the article spell. Watch for conflicting information in your article. An example is if used by any other person, if the spell was used by any other person other than the high priest, high prophet, that high prophet, comma, they would die, period. In the next section, you wrote a criteria about needed in order to perform the spell. Within this criteria, you mentioned that you must be the high prophet to perform this spell. That's just an example. Watch for conflicting information in your article. An example of this is you talked about at the beginning of the article, if the spell was used by any other person other than the high prophet, they would die. The next section, you wrote a criteria needed in order to perform the spell. Within this criteria, you mentioned that you must be a high prophet to perform this spell. I guess in the end result, I get what he's saying, though. I wrote it all out. But why is that important to note? Other than the high prophet, they would die. So, if people... Consider if you still wanted people other than the high prophet. I'm gonna hit that one. If you wanted people other than the high prophet to try and cast this spell, then use language like it is rumored that attempting to cast this spell while not the high prophet results in death. This rumor will create more intrigue. Yeah. I mean, it's how I feel. So watch for conflicting information in your article. An example of this you talked about at the beginning of your article. If the spell was used by any other person other than the high prophet, they would die. In the next section, you created to perform the spell. Within this criteria, you mentioned that you must be the high prophet to perform the spell. Consider if you still wanted people other than the high prophet to try and cast this spell, then use language like it is rumored that attempting to cast the spell while not the high profit results in immediate death. This rumor creates more intrigue as someone who is desperate may still try to activate this spell, even knowing that death, whilst activate the spell whilst knowing that death is on the table is unavoidable. Rumor creates more intrigue as someone who is desperate may still try to activate the spell whilst knowing that death is unavoidable. That was very long, but that's how I feel. Other than that, great job adding the effect, manifestation, source, discovery. Effect, manifestation, station. I spell that word so bad. Source and discovery. He's did a great job of explaining more about the spell. Yeah, that is my feedback. I like it. So what I learned for sure is short and sweet, short and intriguing at the very beginning is absolutely important. Not necessary, but absolutely important. Please tell me I spelled the word right. Oh, right. Okay. Intriguing. Short and intriguing at the very beginning is absolutely important. Not a requirement, though. And a reminder why article headings are so important. Good reminder. All right, so we just need to write the feedback. I really enjoyed reading the initial statement at the beginning. It gives you just enough lore to want some more. Great job adding article headers like effect, source of discovery. Job of explaining more about the spell. As one constructive feedback I have is, I wrote this really well, so I didn't have to rewrite it. So one constructive feedback is learn how to spell constructive is watch for conflicting information in your article. An example of this is you talked about at the beginning of the article. No, it's not. If the spell was used by any other person other than the High Prophet, they would die. Next section, you wrote the criteria needed in order to perform the spell. Within this criteria, you mentioned that you must be the High Prophet. Consider if you still wanted people other than the High Prophet to try and cast the spell, then use language like it is rumored that attempting to cast a spell while not the High Prophet results in immediate death. This rumor creates more intrigue. It's a good thing to reread your work. Creates more intrigue as someone who is desperate may still try to activate the spell whilst knowing that death is avoidable. And we're good. We're done with that one. We're on Article 10. You need to like it. Bam. Give a good comment there. Perfect. Hey, we're almost at 4 hours. I'm making pretty good time, I think. Myself, at least. Leave comment. Damn. All right, last article. Let's see. We did spell. Somebody go to the spell category. Article 10. What is it gonna be? Did I already do a myth and legend? I don't know if I have. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. It's been a while. So let's go for it. The myth of story of how came to be captured. That's pretty compelling. I will open you up in anticipation that nothing else is going to beat that in my mind right now. Adamantine Forge. Legend of the Adamantine Forge, though. You know what? I'm going to pit some articles against each other this time. Based on first impression. So name and first impression. I'll do 3 articles. One more. The Last Knight Marshal. No, the Trials of the Mogun. Much to read. The Crests of the Cresta. Griffins of Light. The Hidden History of Nosium. The Birth of the World. The Rise of the Firstborn. Follower. Chaos Theory. The Chaos. Alright, we got our 3 articles. Gotta choose one of these based on initial look. Ooh, looks mysterious. See the word. See, it's written in style. We have the Adamantine Forge. Doesn't look as mysterious. I do want to see if we got some comments here. And the Chaos Theory. Ooh, it's got some good stuff too. So I'm going to give the 2 articles. This one has a lot more work on it for like CSS wise or whatever it's called. Words. Familiar. Yeah, well, I said based off aesthetics, but I lied. Try Legend of the Adamantine Forge or the Chaos Theory. This is under, what's this category called? It's End Legends. I'm gonna give the Chaos Theory a chance here. Okay. So, the Chaos Theory is my 10th and last article. Theory. So we need the link. Oh yeah, I was supposed to put it in there. Shoot. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. Bam. Then we just need to copy paste this again. Oh, wait. Let's do this smarter. Copy and paste this up to here. Bam. Control copy. Paste. Space. 10. Bam. Always bring back some article 1 when I do it that way. Okay. So article 10. Theory. Alright. So plop. 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 What I learned. Bam. All right, last article. We are set up. We're getting faster at setting these up. All right. It's a book, an esoteric study of metaphysics. Wait. Gonna do another bathroom break, and then we'll get started on this last one. Since we're about at 4 hours, good time to take a quick break. In that. Five-minute break took like 3, maybe 2. How do I unpin? How do I unpin? This message is already pinned. No, I want to unpin it. Go. All right. So, the book, An Esoteric Study of Metaphysics. Book, an outline for the chaos theory. And memoir, various scholar memoirs. Creation, myth, that was pretty much unknown outside scholarly circles. This theory was rejected by most scholars, for it proved to put existence into question far harder and with terrible implication. Summary: the chaos theory is odd because, unlike the other creation myths, this one lacks any theological framework. It rejects the idea that a greater immortal being was behind creation, and that reality simply was the world formed through natural processes. There was no greater design but randomness. Historical basis: scholars almost immediately threw this theory out the window. Debates regarding it were barely performed, and most of the time not in the idea of the god out of question. It brought up some terrifying questions regarding reality. Why was the things the way they are? Why is the land like this? Why do we look like we do? What do we act like we do? Why all the evil? So at least with other myths, they provide explanation for these and give some semblance of purpose. It was therefore rejected because the implications were too terrifying for people who sought meaning and purpose. As was mentioned, this theory only ever got true traction within scholarly circles of the Republic. It was known to the public as papers were published detailing the extent of it, but it was not a lot of this was not a lot, as very few citizens of the Republic were fans of academic studies. The scholarly circles were impacted heavily by the theory, as it brought forward a non-theoretical framework for existence. It causes some scholars to be far more fervent when it came to arguing for creation myths. Some scholars also began entertaining a thought process that didn't involve gods, but perhaps another force. Ooh. Then my favorite part of the whole article, right here, this phrase. Actually, some scholars. So I'll definitely put that in my favorite. Freshwater eel. Favorite line in the article is and was. Copy and hopefully paste in plain text. There. That way I can quote you properly. But some scholars also be process that involve gods, but perhaps another force. So my consideration, based off of all the work I've seen, lacks any theological framework. It rejects the idea of greater immortal being creations, and the reality simply so one feedback I have is find a way to sprinkle, use that word twice now, to sprinkle the fact that some scholars have began entertaining the thought process of another force find a way to sprinkle the fact that some scholars have begun entertaining the thought process of another force. You can find a way to add this idea throughout the content. I think readers will get more excited to continue reading more at this idea throughout the content. One idea I'll share is find a quote from the world. You can add at somewhere near the beginning of the article that helps the readers realize that even if the theory is not well liked or known by the masses, you're following the story of a few who have started to dedicate their lives to it. It's an idea. It's an idea. So, one constructive feedback I have is find a way to sprinkle the fact that some scholars have begun entertaining the thought process of another course. If you find a way to add this idea throughout the content, I think readers will get more excited to continue reading further and diving deeper into the chaos theory. The chaos theory. One idea I'll share is find a quote from the world. Is make a quote from the world, add somewhere near the beginning of the article that helps readers realize that even if the theory is not well known and liked or known by the masses, we can follow the story of a few who have started to dedicate their lives to it. This line of ideas pop into my head, and I was ready to read more. It was about the last line of the content, right? Yeah, it's actually the last line of content. So it ended right when I wanted to start reading. Cool. 1 and 1. I think we're good. Yeah, I like 1 and 1. Because they both are on the same thing, like favorite line, build upon it. That's my feedback. So I'm actually gonna start this one like this because say my favorite line. The article is this theory into the chaos theory. One constructive feedback I have, which is pretty much written verbatim. One idea I'll share is make a quote from the world you can add somewhere near the beginning of the article that helps the readers realize that even if the theory is not well liked or known by the masses, all the story of a few started to dedicate their lives to it. Perfect. I like it. I'm not going to change it. We're going to submit it. So let's like this article. Comment. All right, that's number 10. Leave comment. Bam. 10. We got it. All right, I gotta go back to this. All right, read 10 articles. I did it. And write about what you've learned from them. Then mention what your New Year's resolution are for your creative projects. Oh, tons. Tons. There's infinite now. All right, read each article, give it a like, comment, constructive feedback. Did that. Create a new generic, add a link to each article you've read, and write about 100 words explaining what you've learned from them. I'd say about the same article, write your New Year's resolution. Gonna do that next. Make sure the generic article is not a draft, publish, and public. Submit this generic article before January 28th. To do so, click the submit button on the right of the sidebar. Boom. Needs to be at least 500 words. Submitted before the closing time. Only one article submitted per person. WorldAnvil claims no ownership. Cool. Well, I've done my fair share, so now it's time to. What did I learn on this one? And ending with a. Oh, that's why I was writing them a lot longer, because they wanted me to write 100 words per. I could do that. I could turn this into. I'll do it. It'll take more time. I'll get it done. Ending with a compelling. What did we do here? We ended with a compelling. But perhaps another first. Ending with a mystery. Compelling mystery, how about? Is a great way to leave readers wanting more. I would say to myself, use this strategy appropriately. Yeah, that's probably the word. And don't get into the habit of over using it. Yeah. To the chaos theory. Leaving things open-ended does create a sense of wanting more information, for better or worse. I don't know how to really put myself into that, but I learned that ending with a compelling mystery is a great way to leave readers wanting more. I would say to myself, use this strategy appropriately and don't get into the habit of over keeping things open-ended. Does create a sense of wanting more information, for better or worse. Chaos theory. reading other people's articles are fun, and providing feedback. Providing feedback is something that I am comfortable with, but always learning and growing to give the best of feedback that will help others grow too. Let's see. So that's why I had this word counter this whole time. Completely forgot why it was here, so I could keep it at roughly 100. This had to be 100, but roughly. 100, probably, roughly. That's good. Good enough for that one. No, we're not working on that right now. That's my new series. We're doing a series. All right. Let's first add a bullet point summary of all the things I learned. Let's be smart about this. My New Year's resolution is I didn't say any specific like real world building. Yeah, so I can just do this one however I like. Which, for me, lists are the way to the future. Is bullet points. Oof. I'll go through all of these, but first I gotta make sure that I learned that short and intriguing at the very beginning is absolutely important. Although it is not necessary, I've come to learn that each time I open a new article, oh, it did the red thing! I still don't know what does that! No, the fix is I just have to delete the word. It's so weird that some things happen like that. I've come to learn that each time I open a new article, I'm more prone to liking, to reading the article if an intriguing statement is at the beginning. I am also continually reminded why article headings are so important to use and that I need to ensure I'm more comfortable using them in the future. All right, let's see how far that was. Anywhere between 80 and 100, I'm good with. Something else. What else I learn? Adding article headers like effects. Oh, article. Yeah. So, article headings are important to use. Ensure you use just the headers needed to provide enough context. as in don't overdo with too many headers, as I feel like that'd probably be overwhelming. Oh, I misspelled it again. Okay, you good? No. 1R. Fix it. We'll fix it one of these times. Okay, that's 100 words. This one is definitely... I learned that borders slam. Simple but majestic. I think quotes are in an enticing way to bring a reader into the world space. Into the world. The snippets function is still important, and there are 2 different types that you can choose from, even with a linked article. Making this choice will... I've decided that making the choice of which snippet method to use will depend upon whether the reader needs a very small description or a larger source of information. So, i.e. small or large snippet. And I don't even know if that's the right word. That's the word that keeps turning red. Yeah. And then having an article written by someone who lives in the world is an interesting concept and fun to read. It puts you deeper into their shoes. I will try this out. And nameplates for images sometimes have their uses. So don't forget to place them as needed. Bam. That's definitely a hundo. There's gotta be a hundo. Yes, hundo. That one was easy. This one's gonna be easy. I learned that decorative borders done right are interesting and add to the article's visual appeal. I want to try and find images that don't require scrolling when I can. Period. Oh yeah. When adding images to the article, I want to spend more time tying the image to the article right away to create intrigue and continuity. I don't think that's the right word, but it makes sense to me, and that's what I learned. Unique fonts can be used if done properly. And snippets are very important to allow the reader to explore more of your world. loved seeing the darker parchment paper look. And I will definitely be definite NITE. Definitely, and I will definitely be doing something similar with my content, with my world building. Lastly, when creating sidebar content, it's a great opportunity to develop a adventure hook for readers. And that's definitely enough. This one I learned that I still love pronunciations and a little more about why they're important to me. I also learned that a compelling motto can really drive someone to read the entire article. I learned that whenever you use words, I might have learned this earlier, but I can't remember it. It's good to repeat myself to solidify things that I learned. And that whenever you use the words that are unique to your world, adding brief descriptions really adds to the flavor, lore, and appeal of the article. Want to drive the investment of the reader, then adding these small additions will be very helpful. I will be taking time to look through my content and practice some of these methods. Please be like 70 or 80. 66. Okay. Cool way to excite myself as a reader to be prepared for income content. Current technologies, in this case, is an exciting way to gain additional buy-in into the article. Also learned that sharing your image source as your mid-journey creation helps others see that it is a helpful tool for creating process. This also created a bonding experience for myself as I got to see others having the same amount of fun I was. Although a smaller thing I learned, it is always important to remember that double checking your work, removing run-on sentences, and fixing minor errors gives a nice clean polish to polish and feel for your work. Okay, so that's pop-ups are cool whenever you need to explain anything, but not necessarily put all the words into the article. Add a snippet so the reader gets just enough information without being immediately overwhelmed. I learned that too many images at the beginning of the content can be overwhelming for me, and that I need to ensure to reread my written content to ensure that it is understandable by all who decide to read it. Skill to master. This is a skill to master for me. I want to create from reading this article. I am more inspired to create compelling and visually exciting openings. Okay, so I guess I just need to put everything I learned into the very bottom, one at a time. So I can just. So that was 1, 2. I have to make sure everything is correct. So there's 2. I'm gonna make this bigger so I can have more of it when I need to. Yeah. 3. Because this is what I need for this last section. And the 4. At least it gets closer and closer each time. So now we're on 5. We're getting there. Woo! Okay, here we go. Ooh, this is another banger. 6. 7. 8. 9. And 10. Bam. Okay. Now I just need to turn these into bullet points, and I am free. So, my New Year's resolution is the following. So, in general, take everything I learned and create content. And I learned to create content. Each bullet point will be one task with a goal of finish all these tasks. There might be a lot. World building by it's month 1. Let's do it by June 1st, 2023. Go. New Year's resolution. I have to go back up here to a bullet point. There we go. Take everything I learned and create articles. Each bullet point will be one task with a goal of finishing all these tasks in the world build by June 1st, 2023. Based on the amount of tasks, we'll create the number of completion points. Monthly completion points. Bam. All right, so create an organization with this on emblems and slogans. Create a physical world advertisement, a physical world advertisement in the fantasy world for the purpose of adventure. Hook. Link articles. One article a week. Add snippets. One snippet per week. Add snippets, one article a week. So just combine. So link articles and add snippets. One article. That makes sense to me. All right, so that's what I want to do. Cool. So that one I can delete. Creating the material. Ensure you have properly given the material a great description at the start of the folder you're in. Description does not necessarily need a lot of words to be great, just compelling enough to keep the reader's attention. So create a material and tie it back to your world as much as possible. Okay, that's good enough for that one. So style reading, I want to learn all about the subculture. create a myth / tale, for instance, and then from that myth, the myth tale, and then from that myth, create the books that popularize the myth. I think I'll remember that. Cool. Try out a black background for an article. That's an easy thing to do. Try adding navigation to one of your articles. See if you like it. Add a personal bio to the bottom of all of going forward. So that's like every time. Add a follow button on the top right hand side of the article. That was a pretty cool thing. Snippets, I talked about that. Remember to be cautious when adding, not to add too many photos. Create an article with a compelling opening. Just one. I'll do that as a side project. Well as bold. Links to links that have not been made yet. I know there's a function to allow it, but that'll help me to start with. Try sharing your source images as your Midjourney projects. All right, that one's not needed anymore. So create an article with a compelling opening. Create an article with a compelling motto. Try adding a decorative border to your article. try a unique font. Create a new article with unique font. Is it an option? Or do you have to like load the font in? Maybe that's why I didn't load fonts, because I didn't see the button for it. I'll have to... An article with a darker parchment paper look. Not bad. Create an article and the sidebar for a hook, because I really like that, or an adventure hook. Good. We are 3 more down. Create a border around a quote or motto. An article. Oh yeah. Write an article in the perspective of a world NPC. Don't forget to add name plates as needed. With a compelling, oh yeah, and an article with a compelling mystery. Bam. All right. So I had to like really like I'm going to take January out of the picture, so February. So, deadline. Oh, you know what? That was the most inefficient way I could have done this, and now I'm gonna spend time deleting it. Because I just thought of an idea as I was like, oh, this is inefficient. What could I do? And then my body was like, that's what you could have done. You could have just divided the article between deadlines. Derp. Oh yeah. So. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20. So 20 divided by what? What we got? How many months we got? Until 6. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 5 months. So 5 a month. So we'll just do this. February. End of February deadline. Okay. So I'm going to make this smaller. So, whoa. Whoa. Not just like destructively smaller, slightly smaller. There we go. Thank you. So H3. Bold and underline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So then March, April, May. March. April. May. Two, 3, 4, 5. And then June deadline. End of June. That's what's kind of a constant, but it's still a good idea to do it that way, on my mind. All right, make this look pretty. Are we done? I think I'll look at the rules one more time. All right, it's like we are done. Create art and create articles. Each bullet point will be a task with a goal to finish all these tasks in your world building by June 31st. Based on the amount of tasks, we'll create the number of monthly completion points. Give or take a few. And I think I met all the criteria. So we did that, did that, did that, did that, did that, did that. Okay, published, public, hit submit. I think that's realistic goals. Publish your article. So, public, published, save changes. Where's the submit button? I save the changes, publish, save changes. The U. Yeah. Look at how well articled that is. I think it's pretty good articled. Okay, it says publish public. I don't see a submit button though. Oh, let's go back. Profile. And this one's the one I'm working on. Oh, here we go. Now I can click submit this article. Perfect. Done. Oh. Well, thank you. for joining me on this nearly 5-hour adventure. And I didn't even notice on my screen that I got a new follower. Thank you, always Air Balin. Or what? I said Balin, but it says Balin. I'll get your name right someday. Cool. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed going through the creative process that is giving constructive feedback to a lot of people. I hope they enjoy their constructive feedback. I'm going to be, maybe people like it. Stream some of the feedback they gave me back on my feedback. I don't know. Let's see. I click this button. Oh, yeah, like this person left a comment back. Cool. Somebody God! Cool. So that's awesome. Seeing the community responding to those comments. So glad it was helpful. I think that's it for this session. I'm supposed to do something with HelloFresh. Let me read. Can I start that? You know what? I've been creating for a while now. I am gonna go off script and open up Discord because I'm working on this. Keeps logging me out of things. Why am I being logged out of everything? All right. Weirdly enough, no, that is it. Can't tell me I'm wrong. Thank you. I mean, you could tell me I'm wrong, but I won't trust you. Six. Yeah. Apparently, I've been logged out of everything. Let's see. There it is. I like how this simple thing I wanted to do is turned into a 5-minute process. Oh, I did the wrong one because they were both the same beginning number. Gotta wait for it to change. Okay, that should be alright. Yeah. Let's just do that. What ones have I been using more? This one more. Yeah, I was trying to get a book. Book! Just the word book is just destroyed according to the AI. Like it's not that they look bad. It's definitely not what I was expecting for just the word book by itself. It didn't help that a book. Like, what have we done with books to make the generation look like this? Maybe if I tell you a grimoire, I can spell that right. Good thing I'm bad at spelling. Oh, hey, this can just go in here, please. Oh, we're done with the word counter. And we don't need that anymore. We need that right now. finished the challenge. We got 10 people. We lost some good articles. Bam! Man, it's nice to be able to kill 10 tabs. So, we have a character story. And there was a teacher. So, these are like subjects. This is a side project I'm working on. Still related to D&D. I don't know what was my stream title. Oh, I guess my stream title doesn't really fit this, so I should probably say like the New Year's challenge is over, but WorldAnvil. Oh, what's the story engine? The WorldAnvil X story engine. And description. I'm gonna change it to working on a new series. Testing out the waters. So let's update that as is. I forgot to do that, but that's fine. We didn't need a thumbnail, did we? Okay. So at least now the name changes. People who may click on it. How do I tell that I've read this? Does that just put it to the top? I read this. Oh, okay, that's how you remove them. But now I have 2. Okay, be good. Anyways, back to what I was doing. Fortunately, need to click back here. Alright, so we used Story Engine, which I just recently got in, to create this story. It's not flushed out. My goal isn't to flush it out fully, but I wanted to flesh out a few things. So there's a well-loved teacher with a mysterious book that only works for someone who has killed. So we need to come up with a description for a book that kills people. That's where my English needs to get better. Grim O'Ire. Grim O'Ire. Grim O'Ire. Alright, let's see what that does. Time to do some image generating. Okay, and then making the student. And I think just for now, like this one. Student. A student. So I need a grimoire. Oh, yes. I don't need you, but yes, indeedy. So grimoire's the correct term. I'm going to get better at spelling this term, apparently. Imagine Grim O'Ire. Grim O'Ire. It's the easiest way I would. Okay. So, that kills. You know? Like one of those spell words. That kills. Just straight up. You didn't want to deal with it then, you're going to deal with it now. Alright. So that kills, does give it some, well, let's see, the book doesn't kill. It only works for someone who has killed. So I'm gonna guess it likes blood. A wire. Activates blood. Channels of blood? Activates with blood. I want to, like, engraved. Like, what's that? Indented? Look for that. But that's fine. Let's see what that gives us. Okay, so we got that done. Let's see here. Oh, it did not need to preview it. So, have to do this real quick because for some reason so, well, it got a little bit more. Maybe if I add some cool words like imagine grimoire, blood channels. Let's try it out. It's a part that I love about imagining is you know, just type things in and hope for the best. Channels. A celestial. Better make sure I spell that word right. Celestial. Grimoire celestial. What is a tree called when it's lost all of its leaves in the wintertime? Naked tree? Bare tree? Naked tree. I'm gonna try naked tree. Actually, bare tree. So Grimoire celestial, bare tree. What's that? Embroidered? It's not the right word. There's like a bevel. So indented bevel. Pear tree. That's gonna be great. We'll see what that does. Running, so liquefied blood surging. Seems legit. Some cool books there. Let's see here. Imagine a celestial rim. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Band? Oh. Didn't know that was gonna be. I've never used the word before, so we can't use that word. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, it was just a dismiss message. Imagine. So what's another term that's not naked or bare that would prevent a tree from having its leaves? Tree with no leaves, I guess. Imagine a grimoire. Let's just do that. Whole entire sentence by itself. Ooh, Celestial does have some. Celestial dry wave grimoire. Shaped like a tree with no leaves. Bam. Let's see what that does for us. Well, still looks cool. I like this one. Like when you open up the book, there's just this like really cool this one looks more like a specialty book. Follow somebody who is killed. Let's see. So celestial works. Let's think of another word. Not demonic. That's just gonna be. I think goat. The grim in the image of a goat. What that does. Goat. For that one. Then we want to do like paper list. It just puts the goat in, making it look like they're actually reading the book. That's good. Nomad, goat, grimoire, hyper stick, comma. Glowing energy. See what that does. So, just likes to put a goat in front of it. That's good. Actually, it does kind of create like that feeling that this one right here, the goat's coming from the page, so he's like the bookkeeper, someone who prevents you from like, spirit. So I definitely like this idea right here. I might stick with it. Oh! That's exactly what I was thinking. That was a little too real off the top of my head. Dude, bring it. I'm gonna take like varieties of a variety of 1, of 3, and of 4. Like, bring it. That's exactly what I want for this grimoire right now. Yes, do it. Give me what I want. I like how my idea was like, oh, let's go with some blood and celestial, and then this goat comes out of nowhere. It's like, this is my book. I own you now. Oh, dang, these things are super sweet. And it's closed. So let's upscale on number 4. And let's put you in the competition between... Ooh, I want to upscale 2. Bring it. Man, this song is ready for me. Okay, anyways, I was supposed to buy... I think I was supposed to get the stream going first, and then I was supposed to buy... I have to find the right tabs, though. So it might be here. Yeah, it was here. So I was supposed to order a HelloFresh box from the website. So, I've been streaming long enough. I think the rules were like, get an hour in. Let's do it! I have not done these before, so this is my first time helping out with sponsor broadcasts. Oh, I can't do it this time. I'll have to do another stream. That's fine. Well, I'll start another broadcast tonight. We'll get that started. This guy is pretty cool. Like, I liked his eyes better when he was... Why'd you do his... Oh, I picked the wrong one. Upscale 2. What I meant to put on there. Yeah, I think this guy wins. I just need to find the right one of them and then maybe upscale him a few times. But he is the bookkeeper now. Ooh, this one's taking a while.
I want to see it. Let me see it.
Change design. Maybe I'm just stupid, but it looks blue. This time I know for sure I picked that one. Don't mind his eyes not being blue, but I sure as liked it. So let's make some variations one time, see if that helps. I won't be too sad if not, because, well, honestly, that thing's a little weird. I'm just now noticing, so yeah, we can probably. Wait, you didn't lose your ear, did you? No, your ear changed a little bit. Okay. Let's make variations of this one from this one and see if we can keep those blue eyes. But is that thing on there? It is just barely. That's why it's causing issues. Is there's just a slight inconsistency here. Well, let's see how it deals with that inconsistency. At least one of them kept their blue eyes. Okay, so let's try upscaling 2. I also like this one. I don't know if I'm going to use it for anything, but actually I do need to check because that doesn't update always. Takes a while for that image to load. Do 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 do. Cool. I like that. And it likes to redo the eyes. Alright, I guess we're just gonna have to keep varietying it up until some of these inconsistencies are removed or I start fresh. I don't even know where I started. Where did I start? This guy? Yeah. Just barely keeping on. Alright, variety is a 3. Looks like we're going down the variety tree for now. Until this inconsistency turns into either an accessory or it bleeds into the book. Ooh, look at that glowing eye. Let's try it. Let's try a variety of 2. I'm going down this road. This book is gonna be perfect. What's this thing even doing? Alright, we need... I'm gonna try 2 sets of new variety for that one, since they do go pretty fast. Alright. This little inconsistency, man, it is hard to get rid of. So let's try variations of 4. Wait, which one? Oh, this one was the 4? Oh, it's already done? My goodness. This is more complicated than I was expecting. Alright, let's try upscaling 1. And then let's try... on my favorite one. Can't upscale that one without it losing its eye color, though. I mean, I could try again. It didn't work last time. This guy's cool too, though. Like, I like how simple that one is. Okay, so let's see. We have... So we have a couple things being tested. Let's see if those work out good. Ooh, that kept... I don't like the idea of... It's like love-hate relationship with it right now. I do like that it has some, like, battle wounds. And I like that it hasn't kept most of its blue eye, which is one thing I was trying to keep. Was upscaled by... What kind of upscale was this? Shoot. Maybe... Any more coming? That it? That might be it. Okay, let's try all 3 options. And hope that one of them is exactly what I'm looking for. My quest for the perfect book. This third horn is just causing problems. That's hilarious. Ah, the eyes are getting there. It's the horn. Okay, I guess this one is non-intrusive. The eyes were changed to yellow color. I was hoping for blue. You know, I probably just maybe make this easier on myself. Glowing energy. summoning. I don't know if it's gonna know what summoning circles are, but we're gonna try it out. And I definitely want blue eyes. Might as well try something new because this is looking good, but also I'm having a heck of a time fixing that third horn. You know, I could just keep it with 3 horns and that'll just be the norm for this guy. It's not a bad idea. Looks cool. At least he's given me the idea that I want to keep building upon. Oh no, it's not doing it. All right, let's try like 2 more of these, and if it doesn't really go outside of that realm, then we're gonna have to figure out something else. Whoops, forgot to. We'll do 3. We'll do 3 total. Two and 3. All right. If I don't get in these 3, I have to come up with. So I'll just be ready. Glowing energy, right, grappling energy, blue eyes. Maybe. We'll try that one out. Try 1, 2 of those, and let's check out some of these. It does give it that summoning feel. This guy a little bit. I'll take 3 and upscale that and see what it looks like. Closer. Ooh, kind of like. Looks cool too, though. Let's upscale 2 and look at that one closer. What else we got? I like this one more than 2. Tough choice. I might actually. Stuff. That book is super colorful. 2, I want to upscale 2 and 3 in this case. All right, I got lots of things upscaling. And you know what? We're gonna upscale you 2. Okay, I think I figured out what I want to do with this book. I'll have to I'll use this as the starting concept, and then we will move from there to I'm gonna go to Mid Journey. Wait until those last images are created. Let's miss all these messages. And then we will have at least one of them I will probably like. This one is done. Got a good design. This one's done. Look so happy. They're crazy. When did I? Oh, I forgot I even made new ones. This right here, that looks like it's coming out of the book. That's what I want. I'm still waiting on those 2, I think. Unless I've upscaled 2, but I haven't seen that upscale yet. And then here's the other one. So waiting to start this one and this one. Okay, yeah. The last 2 will decide if I keep going or not. Actually, this guy was supposed to be upscaled 2. I should be waiting on 3, actually. Actually, I'm going to grab this guy too and see what the upscaled version of him looks like. Ooh, here we go. Got some of those upscales done. That was the newest one. Yeah, I like that. The book part, grimoire part, kind of is a little off. Yeah, I'm liking these. Alright, let's go with this one for now. Let's like a couple of those. I probably won't use you yet. So, bam. Pick mark. Don't. No. Wrong. I have to refresh even again. It hasn't updated yet.
Update my collection, please.
Just waiting for my collection update. Yeah, I know I rated them. So now, just add them to the collection. Maybe if I make something new. Oh, one new message. Where? Which one? Well, this guy. I forgot I was doing this one. That's a good one too, though. Do I like that one more than this one is the question. Hopefully I can see them besides each other. It won't load them. Newest. Hot. Of course, the one time this decides not to update. Okay. Imagine. Anyways, while that is not updating, I still needed this person over here. Yeah. I still need to download you. And then we gotta go back into here and intelligent student who has black and orange hair. That's what we got for the description. We're just putting the basics in here. We're not like super like I think you can just drop and drag into the system. So downloads. Intelligent student is what this is. I haven't made the teacher yet. I do need the description. Oh no, that is not how you do it at all. Let's look at these. Insert an image. ID require. Oh, you know what? Derp. I'm supposed to insert it here first. I'm remembering how things work. Then the ID is copy. Back to what you're doing. Boop. And insert. Okay. So with this, the book is used, the more energy it gathers from the dead. That was just story, but an object of the character's desire. Mysterious book. So let's put that right here. And let's see if those have updated now. There we go. Now I gotta compare these two. Which one is... That one's nice. The blue eyes, they both got it. I think I personally like aesthetics of this one. This one looks more threatening though. we're gonna take this guy. And we're gonna rename it the Grimoire, the Goat Grimoire. I don't even know. There's probably a better name for it, but for now, it's the Goat Grimoire. Let's do it. So, an object of the character's desire. This image. Insert an image. ID accepted. Motivation: lost our parents in an accident involving a well-loved teacher. Mysterious book. So we can assume then the teacher has indeed killed this student's parents. The question: lost their parents in an accident involving. So I like that it's involving this, but I don't know. I wanna act. The student does not know it was the well-loved teacher all along. I think that's a good start to the story. Welcome home. That was work.
Well, this custom cash for me.
All right. With that being said, we'll preview. Whoops. No. I lied to myself. You is what we're. Ooh, good thing we viewed it because images did not load correctly. Okay. It's... How... Insert. So ID required didn't really help though. Maybe if I just copy the ID and Control V it into place. Oh, this is large, but it worked. Okay, so I know how it works now. ID, copy it in place. So main character is heading 1. Step a little. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. Motivation. The object of the character is desire. And we'll find ways to be like, this is the book. Okay, save changes. Now let's view it. Object of the character's desire. The teacher. We don't have a picture for the teacher yet. But you have the book the teacher carries with them. Cool. Alright. Well, we'll work on this at a later point in time. At about 6 hours of live streaming. So I'm gonna take a break. When we come back, we are going to keep working on this story. let's see. I hit end.